Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
Welcome! Thank you. It is so good to see you guys in person, and it is so good to know that there are people watching us via live stream. Greetings, go out. Welcome to TEDx 2021. It is the fourth TEDx event in this beautiful university, Martin Luther University in Halle. My name is Sissy Metzke. I used to go here too, to this university. I studied American Studies and media, and since then I've been working as a radio host, but I'm so happy to be here with you again and enjoy this wonderful day of inspiration, ideas and thoughts. Are you interested? Are you ready? Yeah? Okay. Before I introduce our first speaker to you, we have to make sure that you know the rules. I mean, I know you do, but we just want to make sure. First of all, you gotta wear your masks also inside. Secondly, you gotta disinfect your hands, as I know you did. And we have to air the room for 30 minutes during our sessions. So we have 2 breaks. And during that time, we want you to go outside, to leave the building. But the good news is, there's a coffee bike waiting for you. And the even better news is, with your ticket bracelets, you get discount. I've heard you get coffee for free, and the fancy stuff, the latte macchiato stuff, you're gonna get a good discount with your bracelets. Moreover, you have those little bags with some stuff inside, so you can enjoy your breaks. That is the rules. Oh no, there's one more thing. Your seats have numbers. So when you leave the room, please keep your number in mind, and when you get back inside, we want you to take a seat in the same seat that you've been sitting before. Okay, that's it. That's that. Okay, now we can start. We'll present you 8 speakers today, and we'll start with our first speaker. She spends her time on games, but she's not a gamer. She's a game researcher. She has been teaching and doing research in Utrecht, where she researched serious games. Maybe she can tell you what that is. And moreover, she's been working in Berlin, in Hamburg, and of course also in Halle. Now she is working on her PhD at Martin Luther University, and I want you to give her a very, very big applause because she's the first speaker tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Lies van Russel.
Yeah, thank you very much for this kind introduction. I'm very much honored to be here and to be the first speaker at this TEDx event here in Halle. And the title of my talk is Pay for Skin or Pay to Win on Monetization in Free-to-Play Games. I would like to start out with a little question to you, to the audience. I hope I can see your hands. Which is, have you ever played, or who of you has ever played a game that was for free, a digital game or a video game that was for free to begin with? I think it's kind of more than 50%, if I can see that correctly. And who of those people who have played such a game at some point during playing then have decided to spend money in that game on in-app purchases like extra content or maybe some nice clothing for your game character or something similar? That's considerably less. Yes, that's exactly what I expected. So, that was kind of to introduce the topic of my talk. So for decades, the public debate on games, so whenever you would see media coverage on games, there was a very big focus on violent content, first-person shooters that would allegedly make players more aggressive. But one aspect that you don't see so much in media coverage, and that I would like to talk about today, are the monetization models of games. So how do games make money? Some games might not look as gory or bloody or aggressive as other games, but still I think it is very much worth it to take a critical look at those games as well, because sometimes they have very subtle monetization models that can be seen at first glance, but I think can be just as critical. And in particular, I'm talking about free-to-play games. Free-to-play games are games, of those of you who are not familiar with it, that you can download for free. You can start playing them for free. And at some point during the game, during playing, the game will try to generate revenue by offering you microtransactions or in-game purchases, which means you can spend small amounts of money for extra content, skipping parts that you don't feel like, etc. I will go into that more in a bit. Just to make it a little bit more tangible for those people who are not familiar with this phenomenon, this is a playing sequence from a game called Jelly Splash from Berlin developer Wooga. It's a mobile game. It's a game in the so-called match 3 genre. Another very well-known game in that genre is, for instance, Candy Crush Saga by King. You might have heard of that. And here I'm playing through the levels of this game, and I'm at level 8. And I tried to finish the level with a fixed number of moves that was available to me, but I didn't manage. So here you see I have 0 moves left, and I kind of got stuck. And then the game asks me whether I want to continue playing. And if I say yes, I do want to continue, then I get 3 extra moves for 70 coins. But those 70 coins I have to buy, so if I click on that button, I end up here in the store, and I can spend 99 cents for these 70 coins, or I can also choose to buy at once 7,000 coins for 99 euros. This is just to kind of make it clear what types of monetization these games have. And then free-to-play games are by no means a small niche phenomenon. This is a chart from the leading Android apps in the Google Play Store worldwide as of April 2021 by revenue, meaning these are the top grossing apps in the Google Play Store. And I think many of you know that the Google Play Store has a lot of apps. Millions of apps are available in the Google Play Store. Some you can buy for money or for a fee, and others are for free. But the top grossing apps are all games. So these apps are all games, and they're all games that can be downloaded for free, so all free-to-play games. So the interesting question here is, if these games are for free, how can they actually make so much money? And that is one of the central questions I'm asking in my ongoing PhD research on this topic. And I won't go into the methodological details of my research, but one of the things I did to collect my data was conducting interviews with free-to-play game developers. And I asked them how do they design the monetization in their games. The free-to-play monetization model was very controversial within the games industry, especially in the beginning, in the 2010s, roughly. Maybe mainstream media weren't covering it so much, but within the industry there was a very fierce discussion about how ethical this monetization model is. For instance, would it exploit players or make them addictive? And at the moment that you spend money within a game, what happens to the fairness? Could that be considered cheating? So that's why I turned to free-to-play game developers themselves, and I was just wondering, how do they handle this tension? Because there was a lot of people were talking about it, but less people were actually asking them, so how are these games made? So that's kind of the central question also of my talk today. How are different monetization techniques assessed? What is considered good and bad monetization? And how do game developers differentiate between those two? So one term that was mentioned a lot by my interviewees was fairness. So all of my interviewees said, one way or another, they want their games to be fair. And then there were different kind of sub-principles that came out of this umbrella principle, basically, of fairness, and 3 of which I would like to address here in my talk. The first was that the free-to-play game developers want to offer players a perceived value for money. The second was that they want their games to be open and transparent. It should be clear to the player how the monetization in the game works. And then the third one was developers want to offer non-paying players just as much fun and entertainment in the game as paying players. So let me go a bit more deeply into each 3 of these. The first principle of offering perceived value for money meant basically that if someone decides to spend money in the game, it should at least subjectively, they have the feeling that this is an appropriate amount of money to ask for a virtual item. As you can imagine, this is a pretty artificial or arbitrary thing. How much do 3 moves in a game cost, right? It doesn't cause really any costs at the side of the developer. So is €1 an appropriate amount of money, or should it maybe only cost 1 cent or 10 euros? And a lot of my interviewees said it was a very hard balance and a big challenge to kind of hit the right pricing there. But they wanted, of course, that those people who were invested enough in the game to spend money also would get something in return that was worth it. So one of my interviewees was talking about how he made the first freemium game, free-to-play game, within his studio, and they were really struggling with finding this right balance. He said, when you spend, for example, $20 in the game, it feels like you only spent $2. It's because you can't really see why it is cool, and this is one of the most difficult things, to give the player the feeling of an added value. So the second principle was that of transparency. The developer said, we want our games to be fair in the sense that you should know exactly how the monetization mechanisms behind the game work. For instance, if there's a certain item that is very rare and counts down, you should exactly know that it's actually only that number of items and not more or less. So we should be transparent. Also, when there's a chance involved, the player should know what are the chances of winning something, for instance. One interviewee was a game designer at a big mobile studio. He described it as follows. I guess one of the things I don't do is lie to the players. That's the one line I've always drawn and always been able to draw. And then the third principle is about offering equal chances for non-paying players. You should know that, especially in the mobile free-to-play games, a very big majority of players will never spend any money. We have also very nicely seen this at the opening question. A lot of you have actually played free games, but far, far less have ever spent money in such games. So, for instance, the most popular mobile games, casual games that are easy to learn and easy, have like short playing sessions, over 90% of players will never spend any money. But nevertheless, the developer said, even though they won't support us financially, we still want them to enjoy our games just as much. You can argue whether this is a moral consideration, so they want just their games to be free and enjoyable by all, or maybe there's also commercial considerations behind this, because the more people who play a game, also the more in the end will convert into payers, and of course it will help for the visibility of the game. They might recommend the game to other people, for instance. But this was a value that a lot of my interviewees voiced, that yeah, this big non-paying player community should be enjoying the game just as much. You might have noticed also here that there's kind of a discrepancy, or at least a tension, between this principle and the first principle of adding, giving the player an added value who does spend money. Because of course, if you want this money to be well spent and being worth something, it's very hard not to disadvantage those who are not willing to spend that money. And my interviewees all kind of acknowledged this, that it was a pretty hard balance for them to reach. So then I asked in the interviews, so what are possible strategies to kind of make sure these principles are present in your games and you don't violate those principles? So we talked about what are good monetization strategies and what are maybe questionable monetization strategies. And one generally considered good monetization strategy is to have players pay for cosmetics, which means you pay only for appearance. For instance, when you buy like a new outfit for your character, which is in game communities often called buying a new skin, hence in my title the phrase pay for skin. So this means the money you spend only makes you look better, but it won't give you any advantage when you're, for instance, trying to beat an opponent. And yeah, all of them said, okay, this is very fair. It's only those people who really want it who spend money, but at the same time, it's a very hard way of monetizing because those players really have to love the game a lot only to spend money on cosmetics. Another strategy that was mentioned by a lot of interviewees was that of paying for skipping time. So having the players pay to get through the game quicker and skipping, for instance, tedious parts or just plain waiting, which you would also describe as kind of the using of players' impatience. I'd like to illustrate that with a little example. These are two screenshots from a game called Boom Beach by Finnish developer Supercell. And it's a strategy game for mobile as well. I play it on a tablet here. And this is my headquarters, and I can upgrade my headquarters to level 4. Currently it's level 3. And I can either wait for 2 hours for it to improve, or I can hit this button immediately, and I have to pay 62 diamonds to get it immediately. Then I chose waiting. So here you can see I still have 1 hour and 59 minutes left, but I can still at any point hit the lightning here, and I can pay in order to have it immediately. So the game developer said this is a very good way of monetizing because you can choose to do so, but if you're patient enough, you can also just wait. But again, it's also kind of a gray area because what is an appropriate time to wait is again very subjective, and maybe 2 hours is okay by me, but what if the game would what if it would last 2 weeks to wait for my headquarters to level up? So again, it was a challenge also to still keep it fair in this respect. And then the counterpart of these good monetization strategies, I also asked what is then bad monetization? And kind of an umbrella term for this is pay to win. Pay to win is condemned by a lot of gamers, and also within the games industry, everybody kind of tries to avoid it. And pay to win means basically that you can buy your way to the top. You can get really good by just maybe buying the most expensive weapon, or just going up in the ranks by paying. Again, avoiding this was very hard, and also because it's a little bit at odds with this principle of giving someone an added value when they spend money, but it shouldn't be making you better in the game, basically, or bringing you further within the game. And then there's one final mechanic or monetization type that I would like to address here, because it's, I think, a very interesting one, and it's pretty much still controversial also within the games industry. And some of you might have heard of it, because it's about loot boxes or loot crates. And beginning of 2018, there was a lot of media coverage actually about these loot boxes. Because they would resemble gambling, they would have to be regulated as gambling, because the principle behind loot boxes is that you buy a certain set of items that has some kind of value within the game, but you don't know up front exactly what you're going to get. So you spend this money and you open a loot box, and it could be something very rare or very valuable, but it could also be something that you already have a lot of and you don't really need in the game. The interviewees talked about this a little bit as well, and said it's again a gray area to know exactly what is still fair in this respect, and that it gets very easily into the direction of gambling and maybe exploiting players, because they said, of course, it's nice, we all like this feeling of excitement that we don't know what we're going to get, and we open this box. And this is also shown by the YouTube videos you can find about this activity of opening such boxes. But at the same time, you have to be very careful, and you have to make sure also that these rare items are actually in there. And one way of solving this problem is also to have more transparency about the chances you actually have of getting certain items. So I would like to come to a conclusion here. And I hope to have shown you that this is an aspect of games that might not be so visible when you only look at it at face value, when you only look at game screenshots. And you might think, this is a very colorful game. But I hope I have made clear that it is worth taking a second look and also critically assessing such games and looking exactly at what the monetization mechanisms behind those games are. And that the devil is very much in the detail in this area. So, kind of my take-home message today is, in judging and picking games, we should not only account for game content and graphics, but include monetization mechanisms in order to make informed decisions about which games we want to play. Thank you very much.
Getting insights in the game industry and also those gray areas and yeah, gaming. Thank you so much, Lies van Russell. Okay, you guys, let's get to know each other a little better. I mean, we've been in here together for what, like 30 minutes almost. I know who of you are gaming and playing and buying games to add stuff. I'd like to know who of you has managed to turn a dream into reality so far. Come on, that's okay. 1, 2, 3, yeah, okay. And who of you has tried to turn a dream into reality but got stuck on the way? Many more, right? Here could be the problem solver. Our problem solver is the man who is going to make our dreams come true. Maybe. He is an entrepreneur and creative problem explorer, and he will introduce a solution machine to us. Turn your problems into possibilities. That's the title of his talk. I don't know how about you, but I can't wait to hear this. Welcome our next speaker. He is Wolfgang von Geramp.
Sadly, most of our personal dreams are never realized. But luckily, there's a place where we can all connect them. And this place is in Portland. It's called the Wishing Tree. And it's a dream which is, all the branches are brimming full of hopes and dreams of people who left them there unfilled. When we look closer, what kind of dreams will we find? Let's take a moment in silence. Wishes, wishes, wishes. And how about yours? How about your wishes you always wanted to make reality? The ones that got you excited, the travel to a different country, which you actually never did. Somehow the plan got stuck. Or visiting a friend who said, come on, and somehow, I don't know, it didn't work out. Or the job you never applied. How about your dreams? I have a wish. I have a wish. 3 wishes. So, first wish is, take the pen, there's an imaginary pen on your seat. Please take that one. Then grab one of these tags and write one wish on it. Now, just take a second and write one imaginary wish on this imaginary paper. And then you can put it up on the tree and leave it there to the end. We will come back to it. If you see on the top left, there's a blue one. It's mine, my wish, my unfulfilled wish. I have a dream. I always wanted to go to South Africa with my family, to visit my friends and my community. I've been there mostly for work, so I could never take the family. You wonder why? Because of that guy. It's Linus, our dog Linus. He's a fantastic soul brother, and we love traveling with him. With our van, we tour Europe, and he's always with us. But to South Africa, it's from Hamburg, it's a 10-hour flight. And so I talked to my wife and said, can we not just take him? And she said, Wolfgang, listen. Yes, we love our dog. And if we would put him in a box, which you have to do in an airplane, he's there for 10+ hours. And it's even it could be even 14 hours, 2 hours before, 2 afterwards, and it's so loud, and they don't get any water, and I don't like, this is terrifying. And do you know what, Wolfgang? Where they put him afterwards? They put it in the spare luggage, next to the surfboards. And when we arrive late, which could be, then they might stay overnight. Sorry, Wolfgang, it's not an option. I understand, we all understand. It's a total good reason to not fly together to South Africa. Well, so let's sum up the problem. So we can't fly to South Africa because we don't want our dog to feel bad, right? Makes sense. So, but if you look carefully, do you see a problem? I don't see a problem, because there are no problems. Because every problem is a question, and the question is how. How might we find a feel-good solution for our dog so we can fly to South Africa? I got an idea. Okay, we call our friend Kira. She's amazing, and she loves Linus, and she's a good caretaker of dogs. We can do this. Second, I heard that you can call up psychologists and say you cannot fly without a dog, so they can even take our big dog, I can put it right in my seat. Or we just drive by. Oh yeah, we could drive by a van or take a boat. A nice boat ride to South Africa. Quite a while, but it's possible. Or I invite my whole community to Hamburg, and then we celebrate at home. If they don't have a dog, they can come. Or I just skip it all, and then my family loves food, so I just prepare a really nice dinner, a total South African experience, and just share more stories. And next day, I'd probably fly on my own. Yeah, one more. Yeah, feel good. Feel good dog trainer. Is there a feel good dog trainer? There's feel good everything. So there must be a feel good dog trainer. All right. A lot of options. I would like to take my favorite 3. I like Kira. Kira is that's a feel good solution. That's perfect. My heart says cooking for the family. This will excite them. And I can just reopen the topic by food. They are totally in. And the third one, smart, is getting a feel-good trainer. Sounds like a good plan. What do you think? Should I give it a shot? All right, I did. I first asked Kira if she would be willing to basically take care of our dog. And then, after I asked Kira, I will basically invite my family to a dinner and make it a really, really nice, fancy dinner. And when I share stories and when we come to dessert, and they're already like zabbering, it's like, oh yeah, we want to like really go to South Africa. That's so bad we can't go. And it's like, you know what? But the dessert is something special. I found a feel-good trainer for our dog. She will take care about him 2 weeks before, so he really has this soft transition. And when we are there, she takes care, and afterwards, she's also like makes clear and makes the transition really beautiful and smooth. And you know who it is? It's Kira. I tried on my family, and they were just with their mouths open. And they said, "Really?" And I said, "Yes." And they said, "Really?" I said, "Yes. We love it. Yes, we are flying. And next year we are flying to South Africa and my dream comes true." And I wish that all these magic things happen to you too. For that, I'm sharing my mythology today, which I come back later to. In last year, during COVID, I had the honor, is hard to say. Basically, I had to work, I was working with 300 entrepreneurs who lost their business during COVID. They had face-to-face businesses, restaurants, shops, and coaching, and so they could not work anymore. And I worked with them, and through my mythology, I brought them from a problem mindset into a possibility mindset. And it worked. For example, there's Axel. He's an amazing guy. He has a little French wine shop, importing wine from his friends in South France. And he's 30, he has 2 boys, and he was totally lost. And he said, "You know what? I cannot open my store. I have all these boxes of wine. I have to pay my debts, like all this. What can we do?" And as I asked him, "Do you have a plan?" He said, "Of course I have a plan." "Yeah, and does it work?" "No, it won't work. Circumstances changed. You can't, right now, my clients cannot come. My plan is obsolete." Yeah, I heard this a lot of time. And when we talk about plans, especially about plans of dreams, to me it's like a mountain. You make a plan to reach the top. And you have like this perfect plan, set up the stages where you go. Oh, they'll be a little harder. I will do this, and so and so. So it's all perfectly planned out. But this is assumptions. And when reality hits the plan, a lot of times there's no more planner, because when there's problems, they don't help you. You need someone else. You need a creative mind, like someone with ideas who can solve it on the spot. And this is what we did with Axel, with his little French wine shop. We figured out that he has emails, wine, and boxes. And within 24 hours, we created an online pop-up store for sending out surprise wine boxes to his clients. He wrote him a letter, "I have a surprise box, you send it at home, do you like it?" Within 1 week, hundreds of boxes were sold. Now he's selling all over Germany, and he has this little shop which reopened, but he also has an online business with surprise boxes of French wine. So sometimes problems really turn into new possibilities. Now it's time to turn your problems into possibilities. And for that, I would like to explain a little deeper how the mythology works. It's based on a mythology by Walt Disney. And Walt Disney came up with 3 characters: the dreamer, the daring dreamer, and the pragmatic planner, and the challenging critic. You can say, like, yeah, he got a lot of people like in his team, so he can pick anyone. But you know what? Where they are sitting, they are all sitting on each of your chairs. You all have these 3 personalities in you. They are differently trained. Some is better in dreaming or planning or critic, but you can do it all. And that's the good news. So they're all there. You just have to know how to play them right. Because if they play together at the same time, it's like kids fighting, it doesn't work out. We have to separate them, one at a time. So let's start with a dreamer. A dreamer is wonderful to turn a problem into a question. It stimulates his mind. And then 10 ideas. You can do less, but you just answer 10 ideas. Because the first 5, 6 are always most obvious ones, and then most times the gold comes, the really challenging one. And then you select. This is where the planner comes in. You select what feels good, what your heart says, what your brain says. And then you create a plan. And here are the characters. The dreamer, the planner, the critic. Each one is great for each phase. So let's make it together. Let's make a test together and apply it on money. I like money problems. Money problems are always a good topic. So a friend of mine, she works as a project manager in a company, and she never got a raise. 6 years, she worked a lot, and she never got a raise. And I thought, like, what's the problem? Like, you're always complaining about that. Yeah, my boss, he's so stressed that I never find the right moment. Okay, that's an interesting problem, but it's a problem, it's real. So the question is, when you look at this sentence, what is the problem? Is the problem that the boss is stressed, or is the problem that she doesn't find the right moment? I suggest, in that sense, take the last one, because the right moment will solve also the stress, and turn it into a question. How might we find the right solution or right moment to speak about my race? And now we need 10 ideas. Well, now as I worked already so much, I need your brains. I activated a brain scanner, and I want you guys all now to think of solutions. How might we get this person and find the right moment? Let me scan. Ah, who else is down there? Calming tea? Calming tea, yeah. Calming tea will calm this person down, for sure. It's a good start for a calming moment. Come on, let's give me more. I need more. Oh my gosh, I'm collecting. Bam! Gee, ask a colleague, stay late, fake an appointment is interesting. Apply for a promotion instead, yeah. Send an email, send a letter, live without a raise. Yeah, I need 2 more. Come on, give me 1. That row, come on, you think hard. 1, 2. What was that? Who was changing boss and who gave my boss a raise? I like them. Good ideas. Come on, let's pick them. Let's take the top. And in that sense, I will pick for this person. In real life, the person needs to pick themselves, because the owner of the problem makes the decision. I know this person really well, so I just pick. And you would pick totally different things, I know that. I like calming tea, send a letter, and applying for promotion instead. Okay, to be honest, I know she ticked it. This is what she picked. All right. So anyhow, then we take the 3 and we combine them to a plan. So how can you combine calming tea, send a letter, and apply to promotion instead? Okay, I sit down with a nice cup of calming tea and write a letter to my HR department and apply for a new position instead. Actually, this is what she did. And this is how she got promoted and has an amazing new job after 6 years. So to summarize, we have a methodology which is really there with you at hand all the time. You have the dreamer on board, the planner and the critic. They're always with you. And with this solution machine, you can really turn every problem into a new possibility. Turn the problem into a question, 10 ideas, 3 options, 1 plan, 10, 3, 1. Apply it in boss, in job, business, private life, anywhere. But let's come back to the beginning. Let's come back to your dreams, the ones that got stuck, the ones they really matter to you, the one you put on your imaginary tag. If you really want it, if you really, really want it, I would like to ask you to get it back off this tree. Because they're waiting there to be lived, to be realized. And if there is a problem, no problemo, because every problem is just a question. Thank you.
Thank you. From a problem mindset to a possibility mindset. That was very interesting and a good entertainer, right? He told me before that he's from Hamburg and he has been on vacation in Avignon, and he said, no, I want to go and be with you guys tonight to show up here in TEDx and tell you how to turn your dreams into reality. So give him a little applause more for Wolfgang. Thank you. Okay. We have talked about games, and we've been talking about dreams and possibilities. I guess it's time to talk about anxiety. Who of you has been nervous before giving a talk? Doesn't matter if it's work or university or a wedding or a birthday party. I've been right an hour ago, so okay. And then people, yeah, I guess almost all of us, right? And then people tell you different things what you can do. For example, breathe or imagine the audience naked and stuff like that, right? But I hope that our next speaker, she has some other tips for us. I hope so. By the way, one of my favorites is having chocolate. I had like, I don't know, 30 Knusperflocken before I got on stage today. It helped a little, but only a little. The next speaker is, I'd say she's a musician by heart. She started playing the piano when she was 3 years old, and she won awards and she won gold for playing. I immediately get goosebumps, and she didn't even start. Her university career is also very impressive. She graduated from Yokohama National University. She has been studying a year in Erfurt too, by the way, and she received a Master of Arts in Piano Pedagogy from Martin Luther University, where she continues her PhD research focused on mental training for musicians. This woman, she gives concerts, she gives lectures, presentations and workshops, and I'm very glad she also gives TED Talks, obviously. And before she tells us how to deal with overcoming performance anxiety, what I was asking you at the beginning, she will share something we haven't experienced in a while: live music. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to TEDx 2021, Miho Oki.
Remember, when you had to play musical instruments in front of people, or you had a job interview, or you had to talk to your boss. Maybe you had a dry mouth, clammy hands, nervous shakes, butterflies in your stomach, a pounding heart, or the sense of feeling trapped while on stage. Or maybe you are worried about negative reactions from the audience. Almost each and every one of us has experienced such thoughts or feelings once in our lives. These kinds of thoughts or feelings are known as music performance anxiety, or more commonly, stage fright. Music performance anxiety is a widely defined term and can also be felt before performances, whereas, strictly speaking, stage fright only occurs on stage. It's not only a common issue among amateurs, but also among professional musicians. For example, the legendary cellist Pablo Casals said that he often had music performance anxiety, even though he gave more than 1,000 concerts in his lifetime. So, how can we overcome this? In the field of sports, athletes prepare for their tournaments not only physically, but also mentally. Mental training in sports has been researched and used more systematically than music. There are many sports psychologists who help athletes to integrate mental training into their daily routine. So, what is mental training? In sports psychology, there are roughly two definitions: narrow and broad. Narrow mental training is defined as regulating movements through imagining them. This means that by imagining optimal movements with visualization, you can improve your real movements. Broad mental training entails this regulation of movements and other psychological techniques, as well as goal setting and managing negative emotions. I believe that we can use these narrow and broad mental training definitions also in music. And moving forward, I will use the term mental training with a broader definition. I am a pianist, piano pedagogue, and have been teaching piano at the University of Erfurt. I found this topic hasn't been explored enough in the field of music, and many music students struggle with this issue. So I started to research mental training for musicians. There are 3 goals for my research. Firstly, to systematize techniques of mental training for musicians, which already exist in sports and music, so that musicians can use them more easily. Secondly, to see if it's possible to integrate techniques of mental training into piano lessons. Finally, I wanted to confirm through a small-size experiment if mental training helps musicians to deal with music performance anxiety better than before. I found many techniques of mental training which already exist in sports and in music. I put them in 4 categories: activation regulation, motivation regulation, regulation of emotions, and mental practicing. Firstly, activation regulation means achieving an optimal activation level. Through relaxation techniques such as breathing, autogenic training, which is a kind of self-hypnosis, you can increase your concentration and comprehension and change subjective perspective to stressors and improve control. Secondly, motivation regulation means increasing the intrinsic motivation to prevent burnout. This entails goal setting, visualization, affirmation, and attribution training. Attribution training changes your perceptions of the past to increase motivation and to create a more positive future by understanding why we failed and also why we succeeded. It helps us to attribute our failure to something that we can change, for example, the lack of effort or poor practicing strategies, in order to make more effort or think about better strategies instead of attributing it to a lack of ability. We can use these strengths and weaknesses to help us succeed in the future by using positive self-talk and visualization. Thirdly, regulation of emotions means increasing awareness and attention control and changing negative thoughts to positive ones. Awareness training is often combined with meditation. Attention control means developing the ability to comfortably switch attention between yourself and your environment. Sports psychologists found that good athletes are able to switch these modes quickly and comfortably. There are 4 different modes: internal, external, narrow, and broad. Internal narrow is a focus on a single point in your surroundings of your body. For example, each individual finger while you're playing the piano. Yeah, internal. Internal broad is being aware of your entire body. External narrow is a focus on a single point in your surroundings, like listening to a melody. External broad is being aware of your general surroundings and how this affects you. Finally, mental practicing means practicing without making any notes on the instrument. This practice helps you to reflect and internalize what actually happens in musical pieces. There are 3 phases which use these techniques: learning, practicing, and use phases. You can learn techniques which help you to improve your performance and mental skills, then practice and adjust, normally 2 to 4 weeks before concerts. Finally, use them before concerts. I undertook a small experiment with 9 participants whom I gave piano lessons to. We did 2 concerts, 6 months apart. The first concert was a control, so we could see the difference between before and after. Before the first concert, we didn't do any mental training. Before the second concert, we did mental training during our piano lessons for 6 weeks. I gave them a questionnaire measuring competition anxiety levels from sports psychology to compare their anxiety before the concerts, pre and post mental training. The results show that somatic and cognitive anxieties decreased significantly. Self-confidence also increased clearly. So in this small experiment, the positive effect of mental training could be confirmed. Before I used these techniques, I often used to have stage fright during concerts, especially at crucial moments. Then I started to read a number of books, take part in courses and workshops, and through engaging in these activities, I now know how to use my stage fright as an advantage and positive energy, and not see it as a drawback. In that process, I started to think it's important to ask the following questions. Why do we actually play music? Why do we perform in front of an audience? Sometimes we tend to think that people judge us as a person when we play an instrument. But we actually want to share music, right? Because it's just beautiful and powerful, you know? And in order to do it, we have to get out of our own way and not obstruct ourselves. By the way, I guess we are not all musicians here, right? But in our lives, we have many opportunities to give important presentations. For example, at school, at university, to introduce new projects or products, in a team meeting, or presentation like TED Talk. Anyone can face performance anxiety in a variety of situations. Now, I'm going to tell you what I've done in the last couple of days to prepare for this talk and for my earlier piano performance. I went through many techniques of mental training, but in the last few days especially, I used a visualization technique. So, let's do it together. Please sit nice and comfortably. Let your hands sit gently on your lap. Close your eyes if you want. Relax your face. Let go of any tension in your neck and shoulders. Take a nice, deep, slow breath. Breathe out. Then breathe in. Imagine your breath going out, coming in, just like waves. When you're relaxed, imagine one situation you are having one of the best performances of your life. It could be a music performance, a dance performance, a presentation, or a team meeting. How are you feeling in that situation? Are you calm, confident, charismatic? What do you see and hear? What kind of aura were you giving off? Picture every detail of this positive feeling. Imagine that this positive feeling gets even stronger, and you feel even better. You've had this feeling before, and still have this feeling inside of you. Now, imagine the future. Think about a situation where you want to give a good performance. Now, you can feel a strong positive feeling within you, which you've experienced in the past. You can sense the positivity around you in that situation too. Enjoy this moment. Just feel the flow of energy inside of you. When you're ready, open your eyes. if you can practice this kind of visualization, just 5 minutes a day, it would definitely help you to give a much better performance. Techniques of mental training will allow you to give the performance that you deserve to have, and you can enjoy your performances even more. Thank you.
Positive energy instead of anxiety. That was great. Thank you so much. And I've seen you, like almost all of you had their eyes closed and we were in the same visualization. That was pretty special. Thank you so much also for giving us that beautiful moment with the piano. This is one more applause for you, Miko. Miho Oki at TEDx 2021. Now we are having our first break that I've told you about before. We have to air the room and just remember the number of your seat. Go outside, enjoy the coffee, enjoy the break, enjoy getting all those ideas inside and remember what we have been heard during the last minutes. And then I'll see you back here at, I'd say, 5:40? 5:40? Yes? 5:40. Enjoy the break. See you. Because the coffee was good. How was the coffee? Was it good coffee? Good for you. So welcome back to this year's TEDx here at Martin Luther University. Welcome here at this beautiful building. Welcome to the people on the live streams. We are back with our second session today. I'm still a little bit in love with Miho Oki, by the way, because that was really amazing. The piano piece was so amazing, and also this whole biography, the whole career. We said she started playing the piano when she was 3 years old, and our next speaker, he started his passion when he was 11 years old, and his passion is programming. He studied computer science here at Martin Luther University, received his PhD at the Center for Industrial Mathematics in Bremen, and he develops software as a freelancer since 2013. He is a problem solver too, you could say so. And I'd also say he's an idealist, because what he wants is, he wants to eliminate programming errors once and for all. That's the title of his talk. Please welcome Henning Tiedemann.
Hi, I'm Henning. I develop software with a special focus to correctness. And today I want to talk about why this is important to you and what we can do about it. Okay. I guess you own a whole lot of computers of all sizes, big ones and small ones, and you use software a lot, and you're annoyed because sometimes the software does not do what you want. Okay, but sometimes software can go really wrong. That's what my talk is about. Okay, imagine you write a thesis, and just in the moment you want to save your work, the program crashes. 1 hour of work is gone. Okay. That's bad. This should not happen. This is a software error. No excuse. It must not happen. Okay. But maybe you are an experienced user and you save your work from time to time. So this cannot happen. But other bad things can happen. Maybe next time you try to load your thesis, the text is corrupted. It's full of invalid symbols. You can't use it anymore. Now, maybe half a year of work is gone. Okay, and next week is your deadline. Well, that's very bad. But this happens if the software has errors. Okay. But I guess you are even more experienced. You do backups regularly. Okay, but still then, it can happen that some criminal encrypts all your documents and demands ransom for decryption. This was reality. You remember 2017, the WannaCry ransomware attack? It affected many computers worldwide, even hospitals, even power plants. That's very bad. And even recently here in the region, the Landkreis Anhalt-Bitterfeld was target of a ransomware attack. Okay, so the administration can't work for weeks. It's still not up and again. And incorrect software may also cause criminals or allow them to spy your passwords or your personal data. This also happened recently many times. Patient data from clinical trials was stolen in the recent past. Okay. And I should mind you, this is all caused by software errors, because there actually is no such thing as a remote attack. You cannot attack a computer from far away. It must be switched on. It must be connected to the network. And someone must give you control over the machine. Either a human who gives you the passwords, or a software error that allows you to execute commands. Okay? Yes, and software errors can even cost lives because hardware and software is today in all transportation devices and in cars, in trains, in airplanes. And you may have heard of the 2 Boeing 737 MAX crashes in recent years. They were also caused in part by software errors. Okay? So what is the default problem? Today, software is complex. And it is complex, and this means there are many places where things can go wrong. And the nasty thing is, you can, the errors even arise again and again. Something wrong? Oh, this should not happen. Can you help me? Switching off. This helps many times. Okay, thank you. But we are also used to it, right? The machine crashes, some warning pops up, and we click it away, or we switch off the machine and switch on again, and then continue as if nothing happens. Okay? This is not good. Okay. Where did I stop? Complex software. Many places where you can make errors. And the nasty thing is these errors, this kind of errors arise again and again, and they even got names. Okay? I show you some names. Do you know the dangling pointer problem? Imagine your house is going to vanish, and your friends still try to visit you. That's very dangerous. Okay, I will go into details of this kind of error later. A buffer overflow is a very common error. It happens if you reserve some amount of memory and write more data to it, or read more data from it than it holds. This is buffer overflow. It's the cause for a lot of server attacks. So this is really a problem. The off by one error. Maybe you know there are 3 kinds of developers, the ones who can count and the ones who cannot. This is an off by one error. Or if you want to construct a fence for 4 segments, 1, 2, 3, 4, you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bars. You can easily mix this up. This is an off by one error. Sounds simple, but it happens again and again. And last one, so-called race condition. It means if the outcome of a program depends on the speed of execution, and this should not happen. This is a race condition. So there was, for instance, a radiotherapy device called TEDxUniHalle, and the doctor had to enter some comments, and if he entered too fast, then some filter was not correctly placed, and then the patient got an overdose of radiation, and some of the patients even died. Okay, this is a really bad example of race condition. This must not happen. So what is done today to prevent errors? Well, I think in most of the software you use, it's done by testing, by automated tests, but still by testing. And this has a problem, because with a test you can demonstrate an error, but you cannot demonstrate the absence of an error. You cannot definitely exclude an error. Okay? So what happens in practice is the developer programs something, the user finds an error, he reports the error to the developer starts correcting errors and patches here and there and anywhere else, and then he ships updates to the user. Okay, this is how this looks like. And I want to write software that is straight and correct and no pitching. But how can we achieve that? I want to give you a simple example. Imagine we have a list of arbitrary numbers, 3, 1, 4, 1, 5, 9. And we want to remove the even numbers. Just think of a spreadsheet application. Okay? Now we have written a program. The program answers 3, 1, 1, 5, 9. The correct answer. Great. But only most of the time. And sometimes the program answers 3, 1, and then some big arbitrary numbers. But maybe only on a smartphone. Maybe only on certain moon phases. Maybe on certain weather conditions. But not on the machine of the developer. So you call the developer and tell him, I have a program and it should emit 3, 1, 1, 5, 9. But instead it emits 3, 1 and then arbitrary numbers. What's wrong? And the developer says, oh, okay, I try your numbers, 3, 1, 5, works for me. That's a common phrase of developers, works for me. Even a conference was named after this phrase, works for me. Okay, and it means the developer can't fix this error because he can't reproduce it. Oh, this is very nasty. To understand why this might happen, let's look into the internals of the computer. We have this list of numbers, and say we store it in a data structure called the singly linked list. This means we have, for every number, a chunk of memory, and this chunk of memory contains a number and the address of the next chunk. Okay? And we have one chunk for every number. Now let's play computer. And we want to remove even numbers from this list. We start with the first number. 3 is odd, so we keep this one. Okay. Then we go to the next item. The 1 is odd, so we keep this one too. Now we have an even number. We delete this one. Okay. Now we have a problem. How can we reach the next memory chunk? We have just deleted the current one. This is a pretty common error. Okay? So, in reality, you cannot delete memory. You can only release it. You can give it back to the pool of free memory, and then some other program can grab it and can write its own data to it. If this happens, then you will get big, strange numbers in your output. But most of the time, no one cares about this chunk of memory, and it still contains the old data. And so, in most times, the error will not show up. Okay? This is a typical example of a dangling pointer. How can we avoid this problem? I'm doing functional programming for 15 years now, and in functional programming, we have a different way to process lists and other data structures. So we examine the same example, now in a different way. We start with the first number, and now we see it's odd, and we copy it. Okay? And we check the next number, the 1 is odd, so we copy this one too. And now the next item is an even number, we skip it. And we still have the correct arrow to the next chunk. Okay? And then the next steps are easy. We copy the 1 and the 5 and the 9. And in the end, a so-called garbage collector sees that the first list is no longer needed, and it will free the space. Okay? I want to stress that I have not only fixed an error, but I have demonstrated a way to eliminate dangling pointers once and for all. With this technique, it can't happen anymore for lists and for other more complicated data structures as well. So these are the kind of solutions I prefer. Okay? And there are other methods to this problem, and also methods for the other problems I have mentioned. Okay? And I see here a certain analogy to society. Maybe in your university or your company or other organization, you have tried to improve something, to change something. And certainly you have found this is hard. Changing something is hard most of the time. But maybe next time you try the functional programming way, and you try to establish a new solution, an independent solution, and if this one works out, then maybe the old solution can be phased out. Okay? Now, I have told you a lot about problems with software and internals and solutions, but you are not a developer, are you? You are certainly a user, a client, but you are certainly also a project partner sometimes, a manager, a stakeholder. And then you can define priorities. So what are the priorities you define in your software? Do you want features, functions, cool functions, smart functions? Do you want them? Yes. And you want an intuitive user interface, right? And you want that the program is speedy. Sure, you want that. And you want early release dates, right? And maybe you also want correctness. Is this the position in your priority list where correctness sits? I have a wish. Please do me a favor in the future and make correctness your top priority. Thank you.
Okay, Henning Thielemann, thank you so much. Thanks a lot. I'm a fan, and I guess all of us, right? Give him another applause. Henning Thielemann. Okay, it's getting funny now, maybe. Our next speaker founded the German Institute for Humor in Leipzig. You wonder what that is? Me too. We have to ask her later. Her name is Eva Ullmann. She's a keynote speaker. She is a writer. She's a manager and humor coach. You wonder what a humor coach is? Yeah. Me too. Yeah, we have to ask her that too. And Eva's career is kind of crazy. She studied medicine and pedagogy. At some point, she ended up in a project on the role that humor plays in coaching and that humor plays in consulting. And then she became hooked. So she started writing, and in the meanwhile, she just wrote books, and she writes for journals, and she is working as a humor expert and is going to talk about seriousness and also humor today. She has had a number of TV appearances, for instance, at the Mitteldeutscher Rundfunk, Pro7, Sat.1, and also Vox. And the next big step, of course, is TEDx 2021 at Martin Luther University. Give her a big applause. Here's Eva Ullmann.
Thank you. A German expert on humor. That's funny. It's outrageous, isn't it? Well, give me 15 minutes of your time and then decide by yourself. I just had a great mental training, so I definitely will have fun the next 15 minutes. I once was sitting in the plane. In front of me, a very nasty businessman. Unfriendly, arrogant, not worth my time. A sweet flight attendant rather caught my attention. You have to know I'm not very good at flying. So he came to me saying, "You look quite pale, madam. I bring you a Prosecco in a second." I just immediately fell in love with this flight attendant. He asked people to fasten their seatbelts, put their luggage into the overhead compartment, and went to this nasty businessman saying, "Sir, your cases must go upstairs." Nothing happened. He continued organizing pre-flight, went again back to this guy saying, "Sir, your cases must go upstairs." And the guy just shouted at him, "Shut up, you fag." And we all stopped breathing. And the reaction of the flight attendant was so great because he just said, "Fag or no fag, the cases has to go upstairs." And we all burst into laughter, applauding the great reaction of the flight attendant. This man wasn't harassed for the first time because of his homosexuality, I'm sure. And as long as we call people fag, we have something to do on the discrimination agenda. I wouldn't call somebody a heterosexual idiot, so why should I use homosexuality for insulting people? Why should I insult people? But that's another talk. For this was a very funny German flight attendant. And the opinion attributes very little sense of humor to us Germans. I decided many years ago to embark on a journey to discover it. And of course, you expect but a humor expert to be funny. On the other hand, you don't need to be depressive to be an expert on depression. So my daily job indeed is not to be the funniest girl in the room, but rather to help my clients to be more at ease in everyday situation. My name is Eva Ullmann, and I founded the German Institute of Humor, and humor indeed is my full-time job. I'm living in Leipzig, but originally I'm coming from Anhalt-Bitterfeld. We need quite a lot of humor right now there, as we just heard from Henning. So for me, of course, humor is more than funny. Nothing for us Germans is just funny. Everything has to have a purpose. So does humor. Well, let's see. My mother tongue is German, as you can probably hear. So I have to ask you already for forgiveness, because humor in a second language is much more difficult than humor in your mother tongue. But don't let the fact that English is my second language keep you away from joining me on a journey through the universe of humor. Please excuse my English, but it might be better than your German. By the way, the Germans are really good victims to practice on, so please use tonight to practice your humor. If the German gets the joke, you're really good in telling jokes, because it's not easy to make us laugh. And on the other hand, we have a really bad reputation on always explaining the punchline of a joke, again and again. So let me share this story with you. I once get in a public transport bus in Berlin. You have to get in front to show your ticket. So there's mostly a jam of people in front and nobody, fast empty spaces in the back. This day, the bus driver immediately got us moving by saying, All passengers wearing clean underwear, please move towards the rear of the bus. And of course, everybody just moved, and I had to laugh. So I want you leaving this room tonight knowing that even the Germans are improving on humor. And that's great news. By the way, what's the difference between an introverted engineer and an extroverted engineer? An introverted engineer is looking at his shoes talking to you, an extroverted engineer is looking at your shoes talking to you. Humor has several advantages, even in the second language, even for Germans. It's attracting attention, de-escalating conflicts, and managing change. Let me walk you through two great German examples from the last years. Let's start with the Berlin city cleaning. This campaign says, like at home, just bigger. For nearly 20 years, the Berliner Stadtreinigung is working with humor to change people's minds towards trash. Keep such a big city cleaner, such a big city like Berlin, clean. At the World Athletic Championship, even the bin wasn't easy to reach. Sending dressed-up bins to festivals is just one of many crazy and really, really great examples. This is the first case. The second case is from the city marketing of Bielefeld. Bielefeld is a city even the Germans don't know where it is, most of the time. So there's a nasty joke since the 80s saying Bielefeld doesn't exist at all. And the city marketing is playing quite a while with that. So if they have festivals, they have food that doesn't exist, famous people that doesn't exist, great places to visit that doesn't exist. And in 2019, they even offered €1 million to whoever can prove that Bielefeld doesn't exist. And it had a great resonance. A lot of emails, videos were sent in. About 2,000 people were sending in stuff to prove that Bielefeld doesn't exist. Nobody won. But they had a great effect and really great results. You remember, Germans always count the results. So they had nearly 5,000 articles in press and media in Germany and different countries about this project. At least 78,000 people visiting the landing page. I call that quite a result for a city that doesn't exist. So when did you last wrap your important information into humor? For your talk, for your presentation, for your email, so that people follow your instructions, or at least read at the end of your bloody email. If you have eaten enough, slept enough, know whom you're currently sleeping with, then humor mostly is easy peasy. Not for the Germans, but for the rest of the world. As soon as the situation gets stressful, we first are irritated. Second, we stop breathing, like I did with the flight attendant. And third, the so-called Stone Age behavior kicks in. And humor techniques help me and other people to overcome Stone Age behavior. But how does that work? A pretty clever guy called Rod Martin observed several humor styles used by people. Make it measurable, and we Germans are in, you know that. So let's start with the self-enhancing and the self-defeating humor. Self-enhancing humor means to be amused by the incongruities of life, to maintain a humorous perspective even if you have to face stress, to cope with difficulties. Self-defeating humor means to use a lot of self-disparaging humor, to amuse others by jokes of one's own expense. I've obviously done a lot of that about the Germans' lack of humor. Affiliative humor, when we come to humor used with other people, family, colleagues, friends, we have affiliative humor versus aggressive humor. Affiliative humor means to do funny things, tell jokes, amuse others, reduce interpersonal tension. It's a very non-hostile, tolerant form of humor. It enhances group cohesiveness. And that's quite something we need sometimes. Aggressive humor, as the name said, is a very offensive form of humor. It's criticizing, manipulating. That's not good or bad. As long as you're okay and I'm okay, we don't have to choose between these humor styles. As soon as Stone Age behavior kicks in, the stress kicks in, it's very clever to choose between these styles. So what does it mean practically? You get up in the morning, go into the bathroom, and look into the mirror. I don't know what you're thinking, I don't know you that well, but you think something. People with self-enhancing humor take the mirror off, right on the wall, you look great, and start into the day with a smile. People with self-defeating humor look into the mirror thinking, well, I don't know you, but I will wash you anyway. Imagine being in a meeting, somebody drops something. Affiliative humor would say, well, it's so great how good you are in letting go. I have to practice that in my meditation class for years. Aggressive humor more tends to say, well, holding things together at your age is not that easy, isn't it? And you mostly can listen to laughter. If there's affiliative humor in the room between friends, you laugh hee hee hee, ha ha ha. If there's a lot of aggressive humor in the room, mostly people tend to laugh ho ho ho. So it's funny, but somebody is ashamed by something. Everybody has to face stress from time to time. At my home, stress begins very early in the morning. My child doesn't want to eat, he doesn't want to get dressed. My husband wants to bring him to daycare. He comes in saying, I cannot take him to daycare, I have to jump immediately in the meeting. So I start snippering at my partner. I'm in the middle of Stone Age. He leaves the room, comes back, and puts on a bike helmet, saying, things are getting quite dangerous here. So I put on some protection, nobody gets hurt. And I just have to smile. I have to laugh. It's still stressful, but I'm more at ease. I overcome Stone Age, and he helped me. And that's a great move between affiliative and aggressive humor. So affiliative, self-enhancing humor makes myself and other people look good. Self-defeating, aggressive humor puts myself and others down. As I said, as long as we're all okay, that's no problem. I don't have to choose. But in the middle of Stone Age, in stressful situations, tough negotiations, it's pretty clever to be able to choose between the threatening and the relaxing effects of humor. So humor can attract attention, de-escalate a conflict, and manage change. And the biggest change process we all have to face will be the end of our life. Woody Allen once said, I'm not afraid of dying, I just don't want to be there when it happens. So the florist eventually will push up the daisies. The air condition technician will assume room temperature. And if you run a cleaning service, you probably also one day will bite the dust. But until then, humor techniques help us in dangerous situations. Let's talk about humor like a medication. In a tough negotiation, a physician is talking to a patient short before an operation and anesthesia. If you're a manager with 80 very different staff and have to lead them through a very stormy change process, humor can destroy a lot. Or you can use humor protective and sensitive. And like I'd like to share this experience with you. So let's leave this boring cliché, Germans don't have humor, just behind. Let's move forward. Let's use humor by purpose. Let's exchange about the effects of humor in Germany, all over the world. And my last wish for tonight, my last sentence, and it might be my last will at the end of my life. Let's use humor more to unite than to separate. Thank you.
Bitterfeld-Wolfen is very proud tonight. Eva Ullmann! Overcoming Stone Age just jumped up very high on my priority list. I'm going to try that. And if you guys want to know more, as I said, she wrote several books, so you can just Google her later, Eva Ullmann, here at TEDx 2021. So for the lucky 50 people in this building, we'll show you a TEDx video now. For the people at home on the streams, you can't see the video, but you can just look it up later if you want. But you should be back. always. Aber da sind noch ein paar Stühle leer, ne? Guck mal, da sind zwei. Hier sind. Wir warten auf den Stream, geht gleich los. Okay. Sind wir drauf? Sind wir drauf? Okay. Welcome back here at TEDx 2021 at Martin Luther University. How's the energy in the room? Are you guys still up for another session? Yeah. Perfect. I hope you guys at home made yourself a nice cup of coffee or had a nice drink as we had in front of the building. Here was a very nice coffee bike. So we are full of energy for our last session and I'm ready to welcome our next speaker. Well, our next speaker, I'd say he has traveled the world. He has seen the world. Oh my goodness. He was born in Riesa. He studied biology in Freiburg in Breisgau. He wrote his diploma thesis in Adelaide, Australia. He has worked at the Max Planck Institute in Berlin and at the University of California in San Francisco, where he lived for several years. He did research in Heidelberg, and I'm pretty sure I missed some career milestones and places, but then he did the only right thing. He moved to California. So now he's here, yeah, right? Best city ever. So he will tell us about a game-changing technology that is going to change our lives, and his talk is about gene editing especially. So welcome him with a, I'd say, 9 applause. Here's Michael Böttcher.
So thank you very much for the kind introduction, and thank you to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today about a scientific revolution that is changing our lives, which is known as gene editing. Before we talk about editing genes, though, I would like to remind you of what our genes actually are. So our genes are stored in a macromolecule that is known as deoxyribonucleic acid, or in short, DNA. The DNA is also sometimes referred to as the code of life, simply because it's the molecule that holds the information to make up every single organism on this planet. Interestingly, this code of life is written by just 4 letters, which are A, C, G, and T, and are short for the 4 nucleobases adenine, cytosine, guanine, and thymine. These letters, however, they don't just swim around randomly in your cells like in an alphabet soup, but instead they are tightly ordered in a helix-like structure that consists of 2 complementary DNA strands that are connected by base pairs between the 2 nucleobases adenine and thymine, or cytosine and guanine. So now, this helix structure, as well as the fact that the structure contains the code of life, has been known to us since the 1950s. And ever since, scientists wanted to read the code of life. However, this has been impossible for several decades simply because we did not have the technology to read or sequence DNA. So it took another 40 years for the first, and to date the largest, collaborative bioproject to attempt to sequence the first human genome, and this project is known as the Human Genome Project. So the Human Genome Project started in 1990. It took 13 years and $3 billion to sequence the first human reference genome. And what we learned from the Human Genome Project is that the human code of life consists of 3 billion letters, in which we find roughly 20,000 words, which are our genes, that translate into proteins, which are what eventually makes up your body. What the Human Genome Project also taught us is that it's unacceptable to take 13 years and $3 billion to sequence a single human genome. And this is why around the mid-2000s we see a number of very clever new DNA sequencing technologies appear, collectively known as next-generation sequencing technologies, which today allow us to sequence a whole human genome in just 2 days for $1,000. So we live in the post-genomic era. Today we can sequence genomes on end, genomes of different organisms, genomes of different individuals, genomes of genetic diseases such as cancers. However, knowing the sequence of a gene or knowing the alterations that we find in certain diseases does not tell us about the function of that gene or that alteration. And this is where the grand challenge lies for the scientists today, which is making functional sense of the identified genomic sequences. And this is where gene editing comes into play. So gene editing is defined as the targeted modification of the genetic material of a living organism. And gene editing is not new. In fact, gene editing has been used for several decades. It's only that until recently, gene editing has been very complicated and very expensive. And so it was reserved to only a few expert laboratories around the planet to edit human genes. This has changed in 2012 with the discovery of a technology that is known as CRISPR-Cas. CRISPR-Cas has basically made it very simple and very cheap to conduct human gene editing experiments, which is why today every scientist on the planet and even non-scientists are able to edit human genomes and other genomes. And because this technology has been so revolutionary, I would like to quickly introduce you to how this technology works. So the CRISPR-Cas system consists of two components. One is the Cas nuclease, which is a protein with the ability to cut DNA. And the second one is a so-called guide RNA. So RNA is a molecule that's very similar in structure to DNA, and guide RNA already tells you what this does. It guides the Cas nuclease to its target site in the human genome. So by delivering this Cas9 guide RNA complex into a living human cell, what happens is that this complex starts to scan the full human genome until it finds the complementary target site to the sequence that was programmed into the guide RNA. So we can basically target this complex to any position in the genome. You can imagine that a bit like a genomic zip code. So we tell the Cas nuclease where to go. And as you can see, and I told you before, the Cas nuclease can cut DNA. So what happens is it introduces a cut in each of the two strands of the DNA, which results in a DNA double-strand break. This ability has also earned the CRISPR-Cas system the nickname gene scissors or genomic scissors. And this is precisely how we use this technology in the lab. So by targeting the Cas guide RNA system to a single or multiple loci in the human genome, we can basically decide where we want to cut, and by that we can remove genomic sequences from the genome. You can imagine this much like you would remove a word in your word processor at home at your computer. We can also paste in new sequences into the genome. Again, just how you would paste a new word into your text document, and now the resulting sentence would spell something different. So here in this case, we would have exchanged a thymine for an adenine. And as you remember from the definition that I gave you before, these changes, they happen in live cells, meaning that we can now study the functional consequences of this genomic change in the living cell. So now that you have learned about how gene editing works, let me take the second half of this presentation to give you a few examples of how we use gene editing and how this is changing our lives. So one area that has been taken by storm by especially the CRISPR-Cas system has been basic biomedical research. I would claim that today there's barely any biomedical research lab that is not using CRISPR-Cas to edit human genes to learn about the function of our genes. And since our lab is no different, I would like to give you one example of what we are trying to achieve in our lab here in Halle. So we are interested in the mutations that we find in cancer patients. So as you know, cancer is a genetic disease, and as I've told you, sequencing full genomes has been cheaper and easier than ever. And so today we have access to the sequences of tens of thousands of tumors from different cancer types and different patients. So what we have learned from these sequences is that every cancer type has a specific set of mutations, but also every individual with a certain cancer has a very unique mutation profile. And what we are interested in is to find out how these mutations affect the response of patients to therapy. So we are using gene editing to reversely engineer those mutations into cultured cancer cells, followed by the treatment of those cells with cancer drugs. So this tells us which mutations make the cells resistant or sensitive against a certain drug. The idea here would be now that in the future we can take tumors from patients, sequence the mutation profile, and then, based on our functional knowledge, could categorize the patients into responders to a certain drug or non-responders. This concept is also known as personalized therapy, and it will eventually allow us to increase therapeutic success simply by giving every patient the correct drug. But CRISPR has moved on beyond basic biomedical research already into the clinics. And this is why I would want to give you a few examples for clinical applications here. So one application for which gene editing and CRISPR are already being used is for cancer immunotherapy. So cancer immunotherapy involves the removal of immune cells from a cancer patient, their culture in vitro, and their editing in vitro, where a gene is introduced into those immune cells, which you could imagine like a cancer cell receptor. Now you take those edited cells and reinfuse them into the patient. And now these immune cells, they are armed. They're armed to find and destroy the cancer cells of that patient. So basically you have reprogrammed the patient's own immune system to destroy its own cancer. Another, currently less far developed approach is aimed at curing HIV patients. So here the idea would be to remove blood stem cells from the patient. These are the cells that make your immune cells. And in this case, gene edit them, but not to introduce a new gene, but the opposite, to remove a gene that the HIV virus needs to infect the immune cells, and by that the cells become resistant to the virus. So now by reimplanting these edited blood stem cells into the patient would produce resistant immune cells, and by that ideally could be cured from HIV. And now for the last few minutes of my presentation, I would like to draw your attention to a hypothetical application of gene editing that's considered much more critical than the applications that I had shown to you so far, which is germline editing. So if you take the examples I had just given to you, these all involve removing some of the patient's body cells, editing them ex vivo, and reinfusing them into the patient, meaning only a subset of the cells of the patient are edited. Germline editing is very different in that respect, that here the very early embryo is edited, which means that the edits that are occurring in this early embryo will eventually be present in every single cell of the resulting organism. And that's problematic for a number of reasons. First of all, you remember that I told you that gene editing, and especially the technologies that we're using today, particularly CRISPR-Cas, are less than 10 years old. So we still do not fully understand what the effects are after we introduce those systems into human cells, specifically, especially not in early embryos. So it has actually been reported that in certain cases we see edits that are not on the target site that we want to edit. These are known as off-target edits, and they can have unpredictable consequences for the development of the embryo or the resulting individual. Moreover, as I told you, the edits from the early embryo would appear in every single cell of the resulting individual, and that includes the germ cells of that individual, meaning that these edits would be passed on to future generations, so the children of that individual and their children, including potential off-target edits. So for those reasons, there is currently a broad consensus that germline editing should not be performed at this point in time. However, with increasing safety of the technology and passing years, it is likely that the acceptance also for germline editing will increase. And for this reason, it will be important to establish an international framework to guide and regulate the safe and responsible use of gene editing, including germline editing. So I hope that I could convince you by my talk today that gene editing holds an immense potential to cure some of humanity's most dreadful diseases, and that therefore it would be irresponsible to ban the technology or lock it away. Instead, I think, just like with any new technology, we should approach gene editing with the necessary caution and with respect. Thank you very much.
After this talk, I'm more than happy to know that those talks are all online on demand so that we can watch them again later, because there was a lot. That was so interesting. Thanks a lot. Give him another applause. Michael Böttcher. Trying to find out what our next speaker is going to talk about, I had my trouble at home. I knew that she's working in the field of digital humanities, and I was reading this and I was like, what is she doing? What exactly is she talking about? And then I called Sandra from the TEDx team. By the way, those people organizing this event with all their energy, with all their time, and spending so much heart, let's give them a huge applause for making this happen tonight. Thanks to the TEDx team. So don't be ashamed back there. That's okay. That's good. And then I called Sandra and I said, Sandra, please help me out. What is she doing? What is this field? What is she even talking about? And Sandra said, you know, Swantje, she's into how informations and how data is digitalized and stored and for how long. Like if you, for example, you watch a video on YouTube, what's going to happen to that video in like 10 years? Is it going to still be there? Is it for free still? And stuff. And I was like, okay, yeah, I get that. And then I was talking to Swantje outside and I said, hey, is it true that you are talking about, for example, the videos and what's going to happen? And she said, well, kind of, not really. And I said, okay, I'm not going deeper into that. I'm going to let her talk herself. Just that she studied museum studies in Leipzig and library and information science in Berlin. And she told me that she's a Wattführerin. I thought that's very interesting too. So give her a warm applause. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Swantje Dogunke.
Hi, I just have to finish something, sorry. Yes. Yes, I will add an alarm in my calendar. I need a reminder in 20 years. On that day, I will listen to this talk. This talk may be a good chance to see it as a time capsule. I'm setting an alarm in my calendar to watch this clip in 2041. You could join me, okay? So set your alarm. And I would like to reflect on my talk at that time. Perhaps this term, digital humanities, disappeared. Or it became so popular that this little introduction seems to be irrelevant at all. So we will see. After this work is done, we all have our appointment in our calendar, our reminder. We can start now. So I would like to introduce myself like every other colleague in the digital humanities by first expressing that I'm actually from another field. So my name is Swantje, and I'm not only a Wattenführerin. I started my studies in museum studies in Leipzig. And in 2006, I was sometimes the only person in the room who was not only fascinated by those various objects you may find in a museum, like paintings or sculptures or furniture. I was fascinated by the data, and I was sometimes really alone with this interest. But I found another home for my research interest, called digital humanities. And I share this home with colleagues from various disciplines, like archaeologists or IT engineers, or maybe philosophers, historians, could be from various disciplines. So this term digital humanities, it's a young field. Some say it's 20 or 30 years old, and others count works from the late 1950s as a starting point. But for all of you who work actually in a field of information technology or software engineering or something like that, this term digital humanities may seem like a label for scholars of the humanities who changed from their personal typewriter to a personal computer. So this is my favorite typewriter, a so-called Schreibkugel. Friedrich Nietzsche owned one, and there are letters in which he complains that this machine is constantly broken. But he's complaining a lot in his life, so it's not really special. But nevertheless, he dedicated a poem to his typewriter. And all this information can be found in archives, libraries, and museums. So where was I? We as scholars in the digital humanities are not just those researchers with better typewriters than Friedrich Nietzsche. We are thinking about new digital methods for our old problems, or new research questions for our research objects. So I do not dare to answer the object of research in the humanities, which may be everything that surrounds us. But what keeps us together in this family of digital humanities? We may have different academic backgrounds. We come from various disciplines, and we are working with different material. But sometimes we have the same research interest. For example, similarity searches over our material, like for text. Is it possible to find the author of an anonymous work, like a drama? How could we describe similarity between two dramas? Is it just a count of words? How could we express an author's style by numbers? Or for images, is it possible to find the painter of an artwork by comparing it to a large pile of digital images, like of different types, like sketches and prints and so on? So I ask myself, which measurable features within a painting could we extract and combine to help to express the essence of a Renaissance painting? Also for music, melodies, and composers, how do we define similarity in music? How could we describe patterns in a way that machines and humans can understand them and process them to answer research questions? So another topic that keeps us together could be building our digital research infrastructure for scholars in the digital humanities to solve our problems. So this seems to be a real transformation, as it changes libraries, archives, museums, or other institutions where we may find our material. So is everything that we do so new? I don't think. Not at all. Sometimes we are standing on shoulders of giants like the information science. So here's my favorite card catalog. Henri Lafontaine and his colleague Paul Outlet and all this nameless woman, miraculously nameless, they built a giant knowledge-based system to gather every known fact, like every known fact. And this was in 1894. So these millions of index cards and documents were called the International Museum, the International Library, the International Bibliographic Catalog, and the Universal Document Archives. So everything at the same time. Some of us are building a similar system today. They want to connect bits of information of our cultural heritage with the help of linked open data. to build a giant knowledge base system to gather every known fact about tangible and intangible objects of our cultural heritage. So this task is not new, not at all, but the way we are trying to solve this is new. We are doing it in interdisciplinary teams with decentralized infrastructure. We don't have like those million index cards, as you might know, and we use open standards. This is different, and also the amount of data we are collecting today. So this was just a chance to show my favorite card catalog and to make clear not everything that we do is so new. But when I started in museum science or museum studies or museology, as you might call it. So one of my first questions in the field of museum studies dealt with a legend from Merseburg. Merseburg is a small town like 20 kilometers from Halle. And I wanted to find out why a turtle shell was hanging in Merseburg Cathedral at a certain time. So my work consisted mainly of researching other legends and other sources, looking through them, evaluating them, and in the end, writing a text about it. So this was time-consuming, and the result probably interested hardly anyone, except my family. I'm really thankful that they read my turtle thesis. So if we already had a giant knowledge system at that time, I could have found a lot of new things about similar texts and illustrations via similarity searches, and could have looked more closely at the genesis of those legends. I could have not only compared several turtle legends in different places all over the world, I could have related them to legends about other animals and stuff like that. So I would have accomplished more in less time. However, that alone is not enough for it really to get the label Digital Humanities. This is just a faster typewriter. So after all, if I just do it like for this research, for my first research step, this is not Digital Humanities. I would also be important that I have aligned my other steps with it, like collecting, modeling, analyzing, and evaluating the research data, to the point of publishing it in a form that itself becomes part of the knowledge system, like in this linked open data world, and is available for my future colleagues. So for this purpose, we need a digital research infrastructure and a more collaborative and interdisciplinary way of research in the humanities. So another topic for us is the digital long-term preservation. So now we are talking about really digital long-term preservation of our cultural heritage, and this includes digital artifacts as well. So let's see what happens in 20 years. Is there an alarm in my calendar, like in my mobile device, however it may look like? Oh yes, to watch a certain video clip. Yeah, there's a link. So what happens if I click on it? What could possibly go wrong? Okay, file not found. Or restrictions, I would have to pay a fee for my own content. Or instead of this talk, we see a cat compilation, which may not be the worst case. But for everyone who's still confident in this room that we still have access, this link is permanent here, and the format is supported because, yes, we were smart, we uploaded it on YouTube. They will handle this. Just a reminder, YouTube itself isn't 20 years old, and no one of us has a deal with YouTube that this clip or any other clip will be preserved and accessible. So I hope that one of us, whoever he or she may be call herself, like a digital humanist, a librarian, an archivist, or a museum expert, stepped in, handled this, curated and preserved this clip and every other TED Talk. Thanks a lot.
Swantje Dokonke, thank you so much. I have to tell you a little story. This week, I went to Berlin on Tuesday, I guess it was Tuesday, to make a film about living in Berlin and how expensive it is these days. Until that moment, I always thought, me as a single person, I could not change a thing, especially not a huge thing like the housing situation in Berlin, right? And then I interviewed this guy from an organization who is together with many other people who are fighting for the same thing, making life in Berlin affordable again. And then he told me during the interview that till today they had 300,000 signatures so far, so that they are running for the Volksentscheid now. And if they win it, then 240,000 apartments in Berlin will be socialized. So vergesellschaftet, they go back to the people. So they take it from the big companies and just give it back to the people. And I was so shocked, because I was like, that's what you did. Like one person started it, and then you of course they get organized pretty well, but those huge companies, they are frightened, right? They are hanging posters, and they are on Twitter and going against those people, and that's what they just made with their own energy and with their own structure. And then I thought, okay, me as a single person, I can't change a thing. Why am I telling this right now? Well, first of all, because I think it's very inspiring. And secondly, because our next and last speaker for today, he's interested in how people can get involved with politics, and also how we all perceive politics and how we see politicians, maybe because he is a politician himself. He is an economic and digital transformation expert. He studied politics, political science, history, and public administration. He's engaged in politics, as I said, and he's currently, and that's very interesting too, running for the German Bundestag. Today he will tell us why we have to rethink the way we perceive politicians and politics, and how we can shape politics too. Welcome our last speaker for tonight with an, I'd say, 11 TEDx applause. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Armand Zorn.
Thanks, Cici, and thank you all for the warm welcome. It's a great pleasure, and indeed it's an honor for me to be here tonight. Not only because it's actually my first TEDx talk, but also because that's where the story started a couple of years ago. I studied here in Halle at the Martin Luther University, and I remember how I was a young student here back in 2007, and this building is truly inspirational, and I couldn't have imagined a better place to have my first TED Talk. Tonight I want to talk to you about politics. And I know I'm the last speaker, so in order to make sure that you guys are ready, I'm going to kindly ask you to please stand up. Kind of a warm-up exercise. All right, so I want to play a quick game with you guys. So I'm going to give you a couple of questions, and then if you feel like you have done these couple of things in your life before, you're going to remain standing up, and if not, then please sit down. Let's start with the first very easy question. So please remain standing if you feel like you have ever been politically active in your life. Politically active as being you going to an election and participating on a vote, or maybe you organizing, let's say, a rally, or also you reading the newspapers, or maybe also you signing a petition. So if that's the case, please remain standing. Great. Great, I like that. All right, let's go a bit deeper. Now, if you personally have, let's say, a positive opinion about politics, if you believe like politics or a political system is a system full of virtue and full of morals and ethics, please remain standing. All right, here we go. Now, if you consider yourself to be politically active, if you consider yourself to be currently politically active based on your own definition, please remain standing. Thanks a lot. And now the last question, if you are a member of a political party or of a political organization, please remain standing. Thanks a lot, our great hero. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you very much for participating on this brief survey. This kind of gives me a feeling on how you feel about politics or what your perception about politics might be. And I feel like your answers are quite representative for the way a lot of people perceive politics, not only here in Germany, but across the globe. Politics is perceived as, let's say, a dangerous, dishonest, and very corrupted world where politicians actually use all the means necessary to gain power, but not power for the good of the people, but rather power for themselves. Politicians are perceived to be selfish, lifted. They are kind of the people that do not care about the ordinary people on the street. That's the perception of politics that I hear a lot when I talk to people. And in preparation of this talk, I was looking for a suitable definition for politics. And I looked up in one of the most oldest dictionary of the world, the Oxford Dictionary. And to be honest, I was surprised and shocked at the same time, because there you will find politics as activities aimed at improving someone's status or increasing power within an organization. Here again, you have the reference to the word power. And power is kind of something negatively connotated in our society. And I'm sure you're all aware of the term play politics, or it's political. For example, at work, if someone gets a promotion and you don't understand how this could happen, well, you're going to say it's political. Or whenever a decision is made that you don't really understand, where you feel like this was not based on facts, then you're going to say it's political. So here we clearly see that the word politics or political is kind of negatively connoted in our society. And I was even shocked by the second definition when you see play politics. Here we say play politics means act for political or personal gain rather than from principles. Let it sink for a second. Forget everything that you know about politics, just based on the words that we're seeing here. It sounds very negative to me. As I said, I was shocked. Well, not that I wasn't aware that a lot of people see politics the way it's described here, no. But I was rather surprised by the fact that these beliefs or this way of perceiving politics is cemented into one of the most oldest dictionaries of the world. And you know about the power of words. You know that words actually shape our thoughts. And thoughts actually shape our actions and beliefs. And this becomes really fast our perception, and perception is reality. So I was kind of, let's say, confused. I was kind of confused, but there was something that doesn't add up until today. It's our perception about politics, the political system, and politicians versus our expectations on the political system and politics and politicians. And here we have two contradictions. The first is we as the people, and I'm going to count myself as the people. I mean, I'm running for office right now, but I still believe I'm part of the society and I'm one of you guys. So we as the people, we tend to perceive politics, let's say, as a kind of a responsibility we can fully delegate to professionals, to the politicians. We believe that our role, we as a society, it's at best accomplished if once in a while we participate in an election. As politics is something we can fully delegate. But here's something that doesn't add up, and this is for me the first contradiction. Why would you trust a system that you believe to be self-oriented, dishonored, and corrupted? Why would you trust such a system with the most important decision about your future? And although we have such a negative perception about politics and politicians, we tend to expect a lot from them. We see them as flawless, or we want them to be flawless. How? Well, on the one hand, we're being very tough on politicians. We tend to have higher standards for them compared to other professions. We expect them to be able to solve the most complex challenges in our world by making every interest group and everyone happy at the same time. So for me, this is the second contradiction. The people that we believe are selfish and kind of self-oriented and they do not care about the ordinary people, that's the same people we expect, actually, to solve things for us. So this got me thinking, right? What is then politics about? If we're saying, okay, we have a wrong perception of kind of a screwed perception of politics and politicians, what is then politics and what are politicians about? Well, for me, politicians are people like you, or like you. Just basic human beings and part of our society, with strengths and weaknesses. Some of them are hardworking, some of them are lazy. Some of them are courageous and brave, others are coward. Some of them are super smart, others not so smart. And it's actually good that it's that way, because in a functioning political system, Politicians are supposed to be a fair representation of the people. Why should they be different than the way we are? So if we can agree on the fact that politicians are just people like us, where does it leave us when it comes to the definition of politics? Well, for me, it's quite easy. Politics is about organizing our common life in an orderly and peaceful manner. And it actually starts at the private level. We just don't call it politics. So it starts in your family, in your flat when you're sharing a flat with some people. And when we're talking about the public life, it starts at the neighborhood, the local level, the regional level, the national level, the European level, and it goes to the global level. For me, it's all about organizing life in a peaceful and orderly manner. Now, let's consider a private situation a lot of you guys are probably aware of. Kind of goes to that example in order to illustrate what politics is about and what role we as a society and we as an individual are supposed to play. Now, imagine for one moment that you decide to live in a flat with some of your friends. And in order to make things smooth and easier, you guys would agree on certain rules and certain agreements that will make living together easier. And you also decide to distribute responsibility and activities among you guys based on, let's say, the motivation and based also on what you believe are the capabilities of the different people. So let's say person A is going to be in charge of cooking. We're going to say, because he said he's a great cook, he has so many experience in cooking, and he likes actually cooking, so he's going to be in charge of cooking. Let's say Cici as person B is going to be in charge of cleaning. She's going to be the one to make sure that the place is clean because it's very important to her. That's what she said. So she's going to take the trash out, clean the bathroom, and make sure that our place is always clean. And then the last person, maybe you said you're a great organizer. You're going to be in charge of organizing all the administrative stuff, making sure that the bills are paid on time, making sure that we buy groceries on time, and you run some errands. And let's say we agree on this separation of work, on this distribution of work for a period of 12 months. Now, after a period of 6 weeks, you realize things are not going the way they're supposed to be. Our great cook, unfortunately, is not such a great cook. You don't like his food. You really can't eat his food because it's just not delicious. And also, our friend in charge of taking care of the bills and organizing every stuff, he's not really doing his job. So it happens that we're not paying certain bills, and then the situation is getting critical. What would you do? I would say you wouldn't wait for the next 12 months until you got a chance to renegotiate and really agree on new terms. At least I hope that's not what you're going to do. You're going to immediately talk to the other people and make sure you find a new agreement and make sure you redistribute tasks so that everyone feels happy at home. And if this doesn't work out, you may even consider moving out. And that's exactly what politics is about on a private level. Organizing our common life, delegating some tasks and some power to certain people based on what they say they're good at. Now, let's think about how it works on a more public level, maybe on a national level. When you vote certain representatives for a time period, because based on their election campaign, based on the things they said they would do, and now you find out after, let's say, 1 year of the 5-year terms that they are not delivering what they say they would deliver, that they're not acting as you want them to act. Why do you just sit back and not get involved, as you would do on a private level? Some people actually do get involved, and that's what Cici was talking about the guys in Berlin that are fighting for affordable houses. But also we have a growing, numbers of political activism in the last year. We have an emergence of so many civil society movements, starting with Friday for Futures, Black Lives Matter, Seebrücke, even Pegida, to name a couple of few organizations. And I think this is great because what they are doing, they are basically telling the politicians, we are feeling that a couple of things are not going the way they're supposed to be. So we demand you to readjust the politics in order to fulfill what we want you to do. But here's the thing. Somehow there seems to be a disconnection between civil society movements on the one side and the political system on the other side. And there are two reasons for it. On the one hand, let's be honest about it, most politicians are not very present on the street. And I'm not here to blame some politicians because of several reasons. We know they might be very busy or whatsoever, but many of them do not find their way to the street and make sure they are near to the people and understand what's going on. But on the other hand, we must also say that the political activism and the social society movements, they do not find their ways into the political system. So how could we change that? Well, we need more engagement, of course, of the political and the civil society within the political system. And I mean, whether we like it or not, our constitution, our history, does grant a great role to political parties. According to the Article 2 of the Political Parties Act, political parties play a greater role when it comes to the formulation of the will of the people. So at the end of the day, political activism on the street is very good, but if you want to transform your concrete political ideas into political decision, you need to find your way through the political parties. And I want to ask you a question, and I'm going to pretend, or I'm going to try to read through your minds. So I'm sure some of you are actually active, right? I remember when I asked you to remain standing if you consider yourself as being politically active, a couple of you guys remain there. So why are you not engaged in political parties? And I'm looking at you, and I kind of can read your mind. And I guess what we said before about the political system and about politicians, right, and about politics in general, as being a corrupted and dishonest and selfish system, this is kind of what is preventing you from becoming part of a political party, for example. And I also know for a fact that the mindset, the structure, and the culture within the political parties are not welcoming at all. I myself have been a member of a political party for more than 10 years right now. And let me be honest with you. Sometimes I'm sitting in a meeting where we are arguing over hours and hours and hours, and at the end, I don't even know what we're arguing about. It happens a lot. Just to tell you, I totally feel you, and I totally understand when you're saying the mindset and the culture of the political parties are not welcoming. I do understand. But let me be more provocative here. We talked about Fridays for Future, and let me pick Fridays for Future as an example. And I'm truly inspired by their work and what they've been doing in the last 2 years. We're talking about young people going every single Friday on the street, demanding politicians to take more action towards fighting climate change. Every Friday, in the winter, in the summer, on a very nice day, but also on a raining day. And they also managed to have clear and concrete political ideas. I kind of find it hard to believe that they're not going to be able to deal with the structure and the mentality and the mindset of the political parties. Maybe we are just here being too comfortable. Maybe we're just going to one meeting, one political meeting, and then we said, it's enough, thank you. What are other reasons why you are not politically engaged? And let me look around, and I can read your mind, and you will tell me, there's no political party that corresponds to my own beliefs, to my own political opinion. And I would say, yeah, not really. Because look at our political spectrum right now. We have all the political parties from the far right to the far left. We have a growing number of political parties, at least 40 parties in Germany right now. So I'm kind of sure everyone can find the political party which is next to your political belief. So I want to close with that. I do believe that politics was never made for us as individual persons, but us as well as a society to delegate our power to the politicians. We need to play our role. We need to act as corrective and get involved when we feel that things are not going the right way. So I kindly invite all of you to go home and think about which role you want to play into the political system to change it for the better. Thank you very much.
That was your huge applause. And I don't know how you feel, but during his talk, I was like, why is this only a talk and not a discussion? I was like, hey, it's also about money. Hey, it's also about trust. Hey, how are we getting those Fridays for Future people into the political system? Because we're all part of the system, right? So maybe we can talk to him later, because this event is also for networking, for talking a little, for getting together, sharing ideas. And I think I talk for all of us when I say thank you so much to all the speakers today for sharing your thoughts, your ideas, for educating us, and for having a great time with us tonight here at TEDx 2021. Thank you so much. What you guys can do, and what the guys at home in front of the screen can do, tell your friends what they have missed tonight, so that next year we'll have TEDx again, hopefully. I'm not sure if the team coming up to stage right now? Can we do that? Come on. It's not only three of you, where's the rest? Ah, okay, here. Hey, that's our applause for you.
Thank you so much for being part of this year's TEDxUniHalle. And thank you so much for your open mind. Today's event was organized by Ideenspektrum Halle e.V. in cooperation with Martin Luther University Halle-Wittenberg. First, we would like to thank our generous partners and sponsors. Investitions- und Marketinggesellschaft Sachsen-Anhalt, NWAM, Landeszentrale für politische Bildung, Studierendenrat Universität Halle, Multimedia-Zentrum Halle, Technologiepark Weinberg Campus, Scantickets.de, Line Upper, and last but not least, Stadtmarketing Halle.
And we would also like to thank all the peoples in front and behind the scenes. So thank you very much to Fruchthaus und Christoph. Big applause, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks to Thomas Knebel and his crew behind the camera, Sabrina and Fu. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much, Hans, for your photos. We can see them later, next week maybe. Thank you, Sissy, so much for hosting today's event. Thanks to David, who supported us with his graphic design skills. And thank you to Moritz, he is behind there. He created this stage, so thank you so much. Big applause to all the people.
So going on with Ulrich, thank you for sharing your rhetoric know-how with our speakers. And special thanks to Lukas. Your art will keep today in our speakers' memory, definitely. And of course, special thanks to our speakers for their inspiring talks. You did an amazing job today. Please, an applause for our speakers. But this TEDxUniHalle would not have been possible without the busy bees of our team. And I want to thank Paula and Kathleen for continuously sharing content on social media and on our website. I want to thank Nancy, Lukas, Tore and Nele, who kept both our account in balance and today super well organized. And Sandra and Lisa, that's me, for making sure there were speakers on stage. So please, an applause for the team as well. We're not done yet. We want to thank Dimitri and Ann-Chris, right there. Ina, Paolo, Julia, and Jendrik for supporting us today. Thank you. And thank you all, the whole room, for being part of TEDxUniHalle 2021.
Okay, guys, then that's it, basically. Don't forget to check us online, stay in contact with those guys so that you know what's up next year. You can see Hans' photos, as they said, online later. Hans, for how long will it take to get them ready? Monday? We all call you, right? So Monday? You know, we can't wait, okay. So see your pictures online on Monday. My name is Sissy Metschke. If you want to join me in the radio tomorrow at MDR Jump, 10 to 2, I'll be there. Every Saturday, every Sunday. And have a great weekend. Bye-bye. Thank you.